It's Tuesday night. I am the sandwich of Tuesday night. We have Leandra first. We have Nicole after me. And tonight we're actually joined, Leandra will be here shortly, by both of them to complete our little Tuesday trio. But we are here. We're going to get some reading done. We're going to have some fun. I did warn the people that I was extremely tired today on Leandra's sprints. So what tonight will be, I stayed up past midnight reading last night. So why I did the things, I don't know, but I did. And speaking of, Leandra's here.
Hello, friends.
I was just saying that we're completing our teleportation sandwich with everybody here.
I love it. I love how the three of us are here as well. Like it feels right that we're doing this.
It's been a while since we've all been on screen together.
It's been forever.
Very much so.
Don't let me interrupt. Please continue.
That was pretty much I don't even remember. I was just saying, oh, I'm tired. That's what I was saying. I'm tired and I don't know what tonight's gonna be. So everyone just be here for the ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what tonight's going to be. Luckily, I have two very seasoned sprinters with me to help me get through it. So if I start to lose the plot, they can help me keep it.
Hopefully.
Well, maybe.
You're both like,
I don't know about that. That's a lot of pressure.
Right. You're like, no, I can't promise that. So let's go around. Let's see what we're reading first. And then we'll jump into the comments, see who's here, and do the things we do at the sprints. We know what we're doing. Nicole, what are you reading tonight or today?
Yes, it's 8 a.m. for me. I've just staggered out of bed about 45 minutes ago because I too stayed up reading last night. Because we like to inflict pain on ourselves when we've got to sprint the next day. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Today, generally, what happens for me is I knuckle down onto the Women's Prize for Fiction. So I am starting off with The Wren by Anne Enright, who has been nominated many times for the long list, but has never made the short list or even won. Irish writer. Not sure how I feel about it. I always struggle with literary fiction from Ireland for some reason. It's just we're just not friends, basically. But so far, it's okay. This might be the one that exceeds my expectations. So we'll see how we go. How we go.
After last week, which if you have not seen Nicole's most recent Women's Prize for Fiction vlog, which I still need to watch, but I've spoken to Nicole about it, so I kind of know what happened in it in general. Nicole was on a trip last week.
Of which I took Neva along with me last Wednesday.
As we do. When suffering, bring a friend.
That's right. Misery loves company, right?
100%. So you definitely want to go check that out. Both of these lovely people are linked in the description box down below. So it's very easy to click, hit subscribe, check out new content. And also, when we are done sprinting in about 5 hours, this will automatically take you to Nicole's sprints, just like it just did with Leandra for those who have come from Leandra's. It does the exact same thing. You just follow it along. I will be going to bed, but we will send you off. I usually pop in for 5 seconds and go, hello. And then I go, good night.
And then I take you into the wee hours of the morning if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. And we go to generally I go for about 12 hours on a Wednesday for me. So yeah,
this is true because I usually will wake up and spend a couple hours with Nicole on the other end. Hello, good morning. So we do long sprints on Tuesday. We do this every Tuesday between Leandra, me, and Nicole. Every single Tuesday, you just join Leandra at noon Eastern Standard Time and stick around until I think one Tuesday we went for 23 hours between the three of us. So we keep you busy on a Tuesday.
And all serendipitous. It wasn't planned. I don't want anyone to think that. It just started to be a domino effect where I'm like, I might as well start and then end when this person starts. And just here we are.
And then we leaned into it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we had time zone math. Oh,
poor me, Nicole. That was rough.
It was extremely
math, everyone.
We are not your go-to girls for time zone math.
Nope.
Mhm.
We were like, that's not how that works.
You got it right in the end.
It was fine. We figured it out. It's all good. Leandra, I see that you changed your little subtitle to question marks. So
I don't know.
what are
Yeah.
you doing?
We're gonna figure it out. I just finished a book, obviously, earlier on my
Mhm.
sprints, one puzzling afternoon, and it was really good. But now I'm debating on if I want to move on to other reads, or I am reading The Dry, and I think that I'm in the mood for that by Jane Harper. So Australian
Good.
setting.
Good
Honestly, it might
book.
be fitting because we've got Nicole here. I know that Nicole doesn't represent the entire country of Australia, but in my mind she does. So maybe in her honor, I'll read The Dry. So I think I'm leaning that way, but we'll see how it goes. Because again, with the vlog updates, I feel like I'm gonna have to update it tonight. Then if I do that,
Mhm.
and we'll see if I'm in the mood to be on screen elsewhere beyond right here. So
Totally understand. As a person who was smart and just vlog updated before we jumped on Sprint so I can continue reading,
nice job.
I did the things. I was a good booktuber.
Good job, me.
Fine, I'll talk to the camera. And I did. So now I can finish this book because I'm at 49% of hate. And I started it on Leandra's Sprint. So I don't think I'll finish tonight, but you never know. Could. It depends on the distractions.
Is it
Mhm.
reading quick?
It is reading quick. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
quite fast. It's only like 9 hours at normal speed.
Oh,
The
okay.
audio. So like
Yeah,
once you
so-
speed it up, it's not that long. So yeah, reads pretty quickly. So that's what I'm going to be working on tonight. However, mine is for a collab project that these two know about, but that you all don't. So I can't tell you what I'm thinking about it. It has to be a secret so that you want to watch all these collab videos when they come out in a couple weeks. So look forward to that. So I'm going to be keeping my thoughts very tight-lipped tonight about my read. But we're still going to have fun and hang out and have a good time. So let's see who's in the comments because we have a lot of people here. Hello, everyone. I'm looking at the number and going, hi.
Just don't look at the number. Just ignore the
Hello,
number.
everyone. We appreciate all of you taking your Tuesday night to hang out with us because your time is important and we understand that. Laura jumped in here a little while ago to say hi, hit the like button, share the love, just in case Laura fell asleep because it is 11 p.m. So that's fair. We'll be reading manga, a variety of Yana of the Dawn and My Happy Marriage. Nice. Reading God Killer, and honestly, 3 stars at max right now. That's okay. That's all right. That's totally fine. Maybe 4 if the ending is amazing, but so far it's just meh vibe for me. That's totally okay. Just because we loved it, not everyone is going to read the same book the same way, and we need to make that normal.
Yes,
We really
I'm
do.
happy to love this book for the both of us, Brecht. So
100%.
don't worry. Like I love it enough for 2 people, so I'll take on that 3-star.
100%. I read this, Morgan, and I literally went, yes, wait for the audio. I actually highly recommend immersion reading this book because it is extremely complicated. It's not one, I really feel like it's a book that to enjoy it, you need both things.
Mm.
So
At least until you get all of the characters and know what's happening. Like I was
Yes.
able to move on to audio
Mhm.
after I got the lay of the land.
Mhm.
But yeah, I immersive read it for a point and then I switched to just audio when I like could do that.
Absolutely. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? And Julie and Kirsty is also here. Finished reading my 3rd chapter of Prince Gambit and started volume 7 of Spy Family. I have volumes 8 and 9 sitting upstairs for a project that I'm currently in the middle of. And I cannot wait because I think only volume 10 is out. Like I'm almost caught up on Spy Family.
I have yet to start.
You need to. It's great.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, I'm up to volume 7, so I'm a little bit behind, but yeah.
Hello, Sasha. School holidays, so hopefully I can stay for longer than 10 minutes. Totally fair. Hello, Thag. Finished chapter 78 in House of Flame and Shadow, so I can pause to start dinner. And I stopped on page 666. Ooh, that's ominous. So starting Brittany sprints on page 667 of 835. Well, Hopefully we don't bring that kind of energy into the sprints. I don't know if that's what we need here tonight, but I hope you are enjoying the book. Hello. Okay, we just learned your name in the other sprints. Was it Yelena? Am I saying
Yeah, I think it was Yelena, but
Yelena
shortens it to Elena
perfect
or something like that.
I
Yeah.
was like, okay, I want to say this right.
Again, though, let me
We
know if
tried
it is
our
Yelena. Like I'm pretty sure it was Yelena, but it could be pronounced Yelena as well, arguably.
Perfect. 96 pages into A Court of Silver Flames and getting so much needed laundry done. We have quite a few people reading SJM because I noticed that in your sprints too, that there was a lot of people reading SJM. Hello, Bree. In the heart of West Coast afternoon work activity. Totally understand. That is the nice thing about the Tuesday train is there are sprints at a good time zone for everybody. It just depends on whose channel you're on. Hello, Beatrice. We spent the whole afternoon for Meet the Booktuber with Beatrice. So if you are not subscribed, might I suggest heading over there and doing the things because we love supporting smaller booktubers. And realistically, I don't think that's going to be the case with Beatrice for very long. I expect her to be a big booktuber very soon. I'll blink my eyes and that will happen. Be sure to hug the like button. Hello, Neva. Finishing the chapter that I was reading earlier. And after that, I will be going to bed. Totally fair because it is also 11:13 p.m. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Jess is here going to get brunch and then actually read Kitty Demands Cuddles. I support Kitty Cuddles always. Hello, Kay. We've got some hellos to Nicole because I think this was before Leandra showed up. So I'm sure they also say hello to Leandra. Hello, Steph. Finally home, ate dinner, and finally ready for the night of reading. Stacy is also here. Finished my chapter of Daughter of the Salt King, and then may switch to something lighter. Loving it, but it's heavy. Glenda, hello. Hello. Ooh, A Fate Inked in Blood. Vanessa, are you able to tell us what you are thinking of this, or are you keeping your thoughts for book club? Because I know this is the Host for Prose book club choice for April. Hello, Patricia. How are you? On page 222 of The Last Passenger by Will Dean during the last sprint of Leandra's. Want to finish The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep tonight? You've got this. We've got lots of sprints for you, so don't worry. We can get you through it. Hello, Lexi. Gave Ellie a bath, cleaned the bathroom, and took a shower during Leandra's last one. I love that because you do the timer right up until my sprints end. People tell me like how they did in your sprints. Like that's
Me too. I love it. I'm like, this is perfect.
it works perfectly. Hello, Dee Dee. Started a new book for a vlog. Hello, Cool Gamer. Christina's also here looking at Mother Nature's idea of an April Fool's prank. 2 inches so far. Invisibility is low. Oh, that is not how you wanted to start April. But sending warm thoughts and hugs to everyone and the like button. We appreciate that so much. Psychic Dreams by Elizabeth Hunter. I don't know what that is. That's our first starred book for the night for me to look up.
Yeah,
we got our first one, first of many, I am sure. Hello, Donna. Just finished dinner and finally read, I think. Oh, and we'll finally read, I think. That makes more sense. I was like, you don't know if you read? Brittany, read the comments. It's fine. She drugged me on this trip. I went the whole trip and picked up souvenirs.
Neva does not need to read the book.
I love that. You know what? Friends share. That's what we do. We share. We share our pain. We share our pleasure. We share all the things.
But to make it up, I am reading this with Neva. So I was a nice friend and said, can we buddy read this?
I love that for you because it's my favorite.
I'm loving it.
I'm so glad. Jordan is one of the best love interests in the books, I think, really. Reading The Peckham Boys by Kenny I'm a Fittin. That's my best guess at that name. We're going to go with it. Hello, Crystal. Monthly planning and reading Akamath. Thank you. Julie's doing the things. We appreciate it. And here's Bethany. Spent some time doing laundry and updating my TBR and reading tracker spreadsheets. Nicole, I know how you feel. I'm so emotionally exhausted from reading about all the trauma from the 2 women's prize lists. I'm on the edge now because I'm reading Enter Ghost and expecting the worst. Have you read this one? Not yet.
Not yet. No, that's next week. I've got 3 this week, which are all audiobooks. So I'm going to try and knock 2 of them over. Well, I've only got an hour left of the one I'm reading now, so I'll try and knock these 2 over today. Another one tomorrow. Take a breath for Friday. And then start again next week. I'm just doing them between Monday and Friday because I just need to have that break. There is a lot of trauma in these books, and mother-daughter trauma as well, which hits close to home for me. So yeah.
Starting At First Spite by Olivia Dade. Hello. Just paid for a Queens Public Library card, and I'm excited because they have the audiobooks I want for my 4-year-old. Yes, the Queens Public Library is one that you can get a non-residency card for. And I'm a big proponent of gathering up all the library cards that I can get into. Yes, reach out to Nicole, and I'm sure we can set something up for that. Hello, Tracy. Starting The Heart Principle by Helen Huang. That would be till 5 and 12 more hours. We'll hope that I will happen, but not sure. Fair. Good morning, Tracy. I saw this as well. I saw this and got very excited.
I knew that because I went and seen her last month.
You knew and you didn't tell me?
Well, she sort of let it slip, but she wasn't supposed to. So I didn't feel the right getting on the internet and broadcasting it. And then, and I also know something about the Poppy War covers as well. She let slip that they are apparently in the works for getting something done. So
I need to get the rest of my covers, is what you're telling me, before they change?
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Because apparently
about this book.
Apparently, when they came out, she wasn't as confident to say, no, I don't want those covers. So they're going back to the drawing board with them, apparently. So, yeah, I'm excited for it.
Nice. Me too. Right? We could definitely get over 24 hours if we did this. We could pass the 24 hours point.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. Vanessa, join us.
Right? Like, seriously, let's do it up. Probably going to start reading during sprint 2-ish. Need to play a game or something first. Totally understand. Sometimes that brain just needs a break. You should read The Dry. It's a very good book. There you go.
I'll have to. I think I'm going to be. I did just remember I had a buddy read that I'm going to have to juggle. I got to juggle some buddy read pages, but I'll definitely be reading The Dry tonight for sure.
Yeah, I'm behind on a buddy read that involves both of you.
Me too. That's not even the buddy read I'm talking about. If I'm going to be honest,
fine, because I think you both are as well. So it's fine.
I haven't started.
Me neither.
Hello, Ro. Right, just keep it going. Hello, Chris. Heading to bed. Thank you for popping in and hanging out with us, even just for a little bit. We appreciate it. Why would it make you think of Crystal? I wonder why.
No comment.
But her birthday isn't until August.
Yeah, you're like, wait a second. These two things aren't adding up.
People are trying to internet sleuth, and the sleuthings isn't adding up, and it's confusing them. Hello, Amber. 63% into Serpent in the Wings of Night. I've enjoyed it for the most part, but it's starting to drag a bit. Ready for this dang trial to be done. Can relate a little bit. I'm one of the people who was just okay with serpents. I know I'm in the minority of the internet with that, but it was just okay. But the novella between the 2 books, I live for. So here we go. Who'd have thought?
Interesting.
Would Nicole recommend that Leandra or Brittany read Maiden? That's the one I think would work best. 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster is not one I would suggest. Okay. I do believe Maiden is historical fiction, correct?
Yeah, the Maiden is my 5-star read so far. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The author, it's her debut novel. She's a English author, I believe, and she's been a journalist for 25 years, and this is her first step out. And I think she did a fabulous job, and it is based on true events. She just switched it up a little bit, and there's an interview at the end of the audiobook with her as well.
Nice. Hello, reading Ariel Queen and journaling. Going to be listening to the audio of The House of the Cerulean Sea and doing some coloring. Yeah, we're bringing the Australian vibes today. You would be, I did something very Australian today, which again, I can't speak about any of this, but I was living my Australian life. Nicole's laughing because Nicole knows. I'm living my full Australian existence over here in Canada for a couple of days. Finally downloading the Kindle app to my computer so I can procrastinate when I have things to do. I love that. The Housemaid by Frida McFadden. I will be reading this just because I want to talk about something that's coming up. Bree and I love doing Fangirl Down so much that we're doing it again this month, next Monday and Tuesday with The Housemaid. So we'll be reading them on Monday and Tuesday night, starting it on Bree's, reading about 50% and then finishing it here on Tuesday night. So, and I think we're going to make that an every month thing with a book. So if there's a book you want us to do, like maybe let us know, because we were like trying to figure it out for next month. So options are great. What are we reading? I'm reading Hate by Tate James.
I'm reading The Wren by Anne Enright, which I don't have my Kindle here.
I don't have my books with me either, but the two books I'm going to be reading are The Dry and then also Cascade Failure. That's the buddy read I've got to do. The covers, I'll make sure to show them in the next time.
No worries. Hello, Jess. Sorry to break it, Brittany, but Spy Family is now up to, then I'm completely wrong. That's okay. That's not bad though, because I will gladly take more Spy Family than I thought. Like I'd rather not be caught up and have more Spy Family. So that's totally fine. Hello, 79% of What Lies in the Woods. So I should finish tonight. Really liking story, but the main character gets under my skin. That can make or break a book. I understand. Jessica is here. Mina and the Undead for Old School April. Hello. I slept through the teleportation from Leandra to Brittanyville. Leandra land to Brittanyville. I love that so much.
Yes, like you have reached your destination and you're like, what? Excuse me?
How did I get here? A Fate Inked in Blood physically for a vlog. I need to read this book. I'm having such FOMO. Ooh, Indian food. So excited for full solid food again. I'm so excited for that for you. And I'm glad that you're healing up well and that everything's going well with that. I can tell you, I'm really enjoying A Fate Inked in Blood. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were keeping it under wraps. So we understand having to do that here on the BookTube from time to time. But I'm glad you're loving it. Just started ACOWAR on page 35. I'm telling you, a lot of people are reading SJM. And a lot of people are reading A Fate Inked in Blood. Didn't realize there were so many people reading it. Would love to join a discussion. Katie has one. But also, it is Host for Prose Book Club, so you can kind of join both discussions. And I'm sure there's probably others, but those are the two that I know of. Hello, Jen. Just hit the twist. Got me, what? What is happening? Saddled with Finesse. I saw this on your sprints this morning that you were reading a cowboy romance, and we love it because I'm about to enter my cowboy romance era.
Me too.
I'm putting it into existence. Lore of the Wilds, hoping to finish it tonight. Need to push through Godkiller since otherwise it won't count for Aurelium classes. I'm also will be doing Pages of Astrid at some point tonight. Also need to work out Bookemon from last month. Can relate to that. I know what I got for items. Do I know what any Bookemon they gave me? No. Not a clue. Got the first, but also while we're talking about Bookemon, because I know sometimes people miss that the monthly Bookemon has landed. It was on Allie's channel this month. The April Bookemon went out. No, not on Allie's. No, it was on Samantha's. Allie's was the month before. It's fine. I know what's happening. I know who I'm talking about. It was on Samantha's. So if you haven't seen that and seen what the April Bookemon is, Samantha, and I can grab the link, or maybe a mod who loves me very much will grab the link too. So just want to mention that because I know every month people are like, oh, I didn't realize when I mention it. So there we go. Got the special first edition of The Reappearance of Rachel Price. Absolutely love Holly Jackson and her books. Can't believe I managed to get a first edition. That is so exciting. I do also love Holly Jackson, so that's very exciting. I have the rest of the books before changes happen, right? We need to get all of our covers to match because that's important. Working on revisions for the Bakery Rivals to Lovers, work in progress, Project Sugar and Spice. I cannot wait to read this. Top priority for the moment. I could help on the 24 hours. Yes, because Beatrice now sprints on a Wednesday too. Oh, we can just send all the friends. We can like move it all through.
It's turning fast into 48 hours.
Seriously. I mean, that's probably possible, to be honest, because there is kind of always sprints if we just paid attention.
Maybe Christina can help us out with that.
That's a good shout. Because Christina knows all.
Christina, Christina, we love you.
Christina is the glue of BookTube at this point. Like, let's be honest. The glue. Reading Breast and Eggs. What is this? Someone needs to look that up and tell me what that is.
I don't know what it is, but if you look up the cover, you'll have seen it before.
Okay.
I recognize the cover.
I'm going to star it and I'll look it up during the sprints. Yes, if we don't quite line up. Good, because I don't like the UK covers of the Poppy Wars. So there you go. Happy they're changing then. Then everyone's chatting with each other. And I do love that so much, that everyone is just like friends in the comments. Don't have a set schedule. My sprint schedule just depends on my office schedule. Trying to think what's particularly Australian. What is it? Who knows? You know what? I will catch up, Jess. It's fine. There's 87 of you. I do my best. I say Tuesday nights now. That's just, whatever happens. It's fine. No. I did not do that. Could you imagine? I feel
Sash. That's such a bogan thing.
I feel like if I did this, it would be me as a Canadian roasting Australians, and I don't feel like I should be doing that on the internet, you know?
As an Australian, I haven't even done that because I don't drink wine. That's why. If it was a tequila or a margarita bag, well, that's a different story.
I don't know what this book is, but I will look it up. I've started and I will write it down and I will chat with Brie about it as a potential for sure. As apparently it's very good. Me too. I'm so excited. Reading Mouse Guard graphic novels and The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Almost got a Fate Inked and Blood today, but I was good and stuck to just my stuff for my kiddo. Julie, again, doing the things. Thank you so much. Julie doing the work. What would we do without our mods? I mean, we would cease to exist. When we least expect, we are entering your sprints on Thursday. Yup. Was it that? You'll eventually know, but not, I can neither confirm or deny. You're saying Samantha, and all I thought was Olaf calling other names and saying Samantha. I don't even know Samantha. I have been sprinting for, how many hours have we been sprinting now? 6.5? 6.5. And this is my 6th day in a row of sprinting. So what comes out of my mouth, your guess is as good as mine. Thinking that I will probably be doing some regular sprints on Wednesday. Nice. You have sprints tomorrow too. I remember I set my notifications for them. So this is it. To the spreadsheet. We love to see it. Why would Julie be doing Australian things? Who knows?
I might also have planned some Australian things. So I
Wow.
don't know.
It's going to be a good time, y'all, at some point. Why are we all being Australians? Who knows? Because it's fun. Good night, Beatrice. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Okay, meanwhile, Nicole is just like, that's just what I am all the time. Being Australian. We're like, ooh, look what we are.
I think you might find out how weird we actually are as a, as a country.
Fair. It's the end of the comments. Woo! Except now more comments have come in. But I think we are going to go into a sprint because we have been chatting for 30 minutes. And that was the end of the comments as of 1 minute ago. So, we're not that far off. So let me pull up the cat and we're going to jump into our first hour of sprints. And I will see you in an hour. Hello, we're back. I got to 63%. So like a little over 13% progress in that sprint. Nicole, how did you do? You're still muted.
Still waking up. Coffee hasn't kicked in
worries.
yet.
Yeah.
I got to 58%. I have no idea where I started.
Nice. I never really know where I am. I just knew I was at 50 last time because I did an update. So I was like, I knew exactly where I was this one time. I will never know again. Leandra, how'd you do?
I ended up getting one chapter done in Cascade Failure. This is the buddy read that I'm doing with Danny. I checked in with her about it because there's just a lot going on. And then I read one chapter in The Dry, and a lot's happening too that I can't talk about. And so there's just, I will say I'm juggling two very different reads. The one thing that I think is funny is that I've got the audiobook for this one, and the audiobook you can tell is based off of the original work, whereas this one's the Americanized. So for instance, there's they say ute, here it says truck. And so like I hear ute, I read truck. And then there's a few other things that they've mentioned that I like will hear like a slang term, but they don't give it to us in the book. And I'm like, come on, like, can't you trust us to like look it up if we don't know what you're talking about? But I'm glad I have the audio to give me like the original work. So yeah.
I've always been confused. Yeah.
It's my biggest pet peeve. I had one audiobook, which I don't understand why they changed it, but they changed all the colors. So in the book, it was yellow, and in the audiobook, it was blue. Or if it was red in the audiobook, it was green in the book. And I was like, why?
I remember you reading that book. It was so confusing.
It's like, someone tell me the thought process between changing all the colors. Like, what? Why?
Yeah, what impact could that have had on the story? So weird.
And see, a ute here, like it's a car that has a tray in the back that you can throw stuff in, right? So, but I don't understand why you call it a truck, because to us a truck is like an 18-wheeler. That's what we call a truck.
Right.
Oh, and we use everything for truck. Like yeah, so the like 4-wheel with the bed, we call that a truck. We just
That's a truck.
Yeah.
But then also like an 18-wheeler is also a truck. Like
it's also a truck.
We use truck for a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't know.
Truck is a really overriding term for anything that's not a car, really.
Yeah, literally anything that you wouldn't call it. But there are some trucks that are types of cars.
Well, that's true.
So I don't know. It's just
and some of the trucks that you call trucks, we call 4-wheel drives because they can go off-road.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're 4-wheel drives because the drive shaft works for all 4 wheels. So yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. Like when I first heard people saying truck, I was thinking, like, my mind automatically goes to an 18-wheeler.
They're like, man, these Americans driving around. What are they carrying with them?
Let me go grab the truck. And Nicole's like, why do you own an 18-wheeler?
Like, how long are your driveways? Like, what's happening?
It was very, very confusing. And I guess it works the other way when we say ute. What's a ute? Well, ute is short for utility.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you can put all your stuff, like tradies use them and whatnot. And so does my husband.
Another thing we don't say.
We don't have.
That I love.
Oh, sorry, that's a tradesperson.
I love it.
For those that don't know, bricklayer, electrician, all that sort of stuff. Anybody that has a trade, they're called tradies.
This is why you need friends from all over the world, because then you can be educated in different things, which is fun.
Exactly.
We did have a few people join us during that sprint, and also a lot of people were talking amongst themselves. So I'm not going to go through all the comments, but there are definitely some comments that I want to highlight because they got my attention. But Rachel is here. Hello, Rachel. And Steph got God Killer, but also the library wants a Fate Inked and Blood back. So we've got some things to get done. Rude. This one just had me question what is going on in Australia. Where did the Prime Minister go in the ocean, and why did they never come back? I have so many questions.
So one of our prime ministers drowned,
Oh,
presumed drowned. This is years and years ago. I think, if memory serves me correctly, it was in one of the southern states, it's South Australia or Victoria. He basically walked into the ocean, went for a swim. That's what everybody assumed, and he never came back. He just
crazy.
disappeared,
God.
never to be seen again.
I saw this comment and went, what?
There was also just a quick thing about Australia that I always think of. There was a BuzzFeed Unsolved episode where they focused on this like farming family in Australia, where the family all just like one day left their home, doors unlocked, all these things. The parents and the kids got in the car and just drove off. No one knew what happened to them. They left their phones. Eventually the family split up. They found the son elsewhere and it was just like all of these things. And then after the entire family's like, we don't know what happened. We don't know why we did this. And I'm gonna have to look up the episode because it's crazy. It's not because they're Australian, obviously, but it's just a weird thing, yeah, that I know that happened in Australia. Yeah.
And then we had Leandra Land, Brittanyville, and Nicole's neighborhood, which I love. And then also Vanessa's village. So we're just making a whole street of but I did notice, we'll get to it, I don't know where it is, but that mine is the only one that's not alliterative. So there are other options for mine to work with that as well. I'm so sorry that your editing software is not working, because we've all been there and that is the most frustrating of things. But Coda is here. Coda, I know that this arc has been the bane of your existence. So
it's been a journey.
It's been a journey. Also, friends, I pinned this just so it was easy to go to. But Dear Nicole is very close to 1,000 subscribers. So, there's a lot of you here. So just double check that you're subscribed.
It's very nerve-wracking at the same time as well.
I feel you. They did this to me a few months ago. It's a lot easier. When people talk about me, I'm like, no, but I can talk about my friends. I'm like, go. Love on my friends.
I did the same to you with your Patreon as well.
You absolutely did. Yeah. So I will return it.
Paybacks.
So we could go with Brittany's Borough or Brittany Berg. I think I like Brittany Berg the best. I don't know. It just rolls off the tongue. It is close. It's very close. And yes, do the things, everyone.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Do the things. Sherry came back in 5 stars to Keep It in the Family by John Mars. I have this book on my Kindle, so I'm glad that you've loved it, because at some point I will, in theory, read it. Hello, Gabby. Not sure how much I'll read tonight, but planning to finish The Idiot by Elip Bottoman. What a weird little trip this book has been. I mean, the title in and of itself got my attention. Hello, Courtney. How are you? 47% of God Killer. Now onto something different to not slump me out. Totally understand. 58% in a Faked Inked in Blood. Spam Nicole's channel and watch some BookTube. Hung some watching and 31 pages. Finished Spy Family Volume 7. Ready to sleep now. Good night, Kirsty. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Because of Tar, Bree's channel shall be known as Loki City. I second this. This is perfect. Probably.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I'll just say yes.
That was a supper sprint. Bratwurst and potatoes and veggies for the grown-ups. Kids had leftovers from breakfast yesterday and some oatmeal. 19 pages of Crown of Midnight. Past the halfway point. I love when I get past the halfway point. I'm like, okay, I'm getting there.
Downhill run. Exactly.
First time the cat has gotten me in a while. I apologize for the cat scaring you, Julie. 15% and cleaned up dinner. I always forget to warn people that the cat will meow, just because I've been using the cat for so long that I'm just like, I'm so used to random meowing. 177 pages of Flawless. Ate dinner, got children ready for bed, and got to 688 of 835. You're getting there, Alicia. Eated dinner. I'm assuming you meant ate dinner. Spent some time on Instagram. Ended up starting a new book, Clovenhoof by Hilde Goody and Ian Grant. I've read their other books, Odd Jobs, and like them, so I have high hopes. Well, I hope you love this one too. Leandra, I have read The Dry, so if you need to chat, you know how to find me. I love when people tell me this, because especially when I can't talk to the public about a book, like because it's for a collab, I still want to be able to like chat stuff through with someone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've also
Yes.
read The Dry as well. I absolutely love Jane Harper. She's an automatic buy for me now. So
Really, I will say, I can tell you this is my first time with this author. So
Mhm, mhm.
everything is new. This is an author I've been meaning to try as well. So yeah, I'll let you guys know my thoughts.
I'm excited.
There's also a movie with Eric Banner in it as well.
Ooh.
Is that I've seen a lot of people have talked about it, and I think it was. I will say that I think Crystal had mentioned that the adaptation's quite good. Like the
Mhm.
movie was a good transfer, you know, because sometimes you're like, "Ugh, they didn't hit
See,
the mark."
so what I get frustrated with when they do a book, especially from like if it's set in the outback of Australia, they bring American actors. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but this time
Mhm.
they've actually taken someone that's from the country
Aw.
that knows the area and just has that Aussie persona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they
Absolutely.
haven't Americanized it. Like Big Little Lies, they literally just they're like, let's redo this, but like in America, and it's like,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah. So it's definitely, it really does give you, the movie gives you an idea of the outback
Mm.
and what
Okay.
people go through in the outback and stuff like that. I thought it was a very good, the book is still better,
Mm-hmm.
but I still think it's a top-notch adaptation. So
Nice.
Okay.
You look, gotta love when they nail an adaptation, because not every adaptation is good. Like we know, it's
Yeah.
not always done well. Kelly read 29 pages. 18 wheeler, aka a semi. We got that from
Yep.
a few people. A semi truck.
Mhm.
87%. Also, hello, ML. How are you? Are you done with office hours? Oh, if I just went 2 comments down, I would know the answer. Done with teaching and meeting today. So now I have to grade and work on some other stuff. I feel like my sprints are just where ML does grading. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay to help ML get through grading. That color thing sounds like it's trying to search in between audiobook people and non-audiobook people, but they didn't account for hybrid readers. Exactly. I was like, why would you change the colors? Like, obviously that has not, like, why just the colors of everything? Anytime there was a color mentioned, it was different. And I was like, I don't understand. Feel free to mute us at 5 pages away, because nothing we're saying is more important than that. Not all of our trucks have 4-wheel drive here. Exactly. Hello, Emily, working on Oathbringer. Yes, an SUV, sport utility vehicle, which
We have those too. Yeah.
some SUVs are even trucks in my vocab. We just lump everything together. Not gonna lie, this is part of the reason I watch TV from around the globe. Lots of different vocab and takes on things. Absolutely. Leandra, do you love BuzzFeed Unsolved too?
Honestly, sometimes it's a comfort watch. Like I'll just turn on like things that I watch. Oh yeah, this is the thing. I found it. It was I already exited out of it, but yeah, it was like a weird family road trip that has so many questions, that is based on like an Australian family. So check it out, everyone, if you're interested.
I'm definitely gonna be checking that out.
Yeah,
In the swimming pool after the one who drowned?
yes.
That seems like an odd thing to name after someone who drowned.
You know, we like to do things.
Yes, this is true. These are, yeah, we have all sorts of things that we use different names for. It's true. Brittany Berg. I like it. Looked it up. The Australian family is the Tromp family, for anyone who's interested. 56 pages of A Fate Inked in Blood, and really enjoying it. Honestly, I feel like everyone loves this book. Like, I have not heard one person who's like, wasn't my cup of tea. Like, I haven't heard that from anyone. Bye, Courtney. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yes. Good night, Kirsty. We sucked you back in. Hello, Jamie. Finally finished my marathon pre-house guest cleaning. About 2 sprints from finishing up my first book for April, Mary Ann by Daphne du Maurier. I've been meaning to read Rebecca, also by this author. At some point,
Me
I will
too.
eventually get to it. Already up to 959
subscribers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, what are we
Oh
talking
my goodness.
about? We're doing so
Thank
good,
you.
everyone. Keep going. Oh, we're at 961 now.
Oh, well, there we go.
Who knows where we're actually at, because I'm not at the bottom of the comments. So like things could be different. Y'all are doing what you're supposed to do. Good job.
Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So
So
deserved.
exciting.
Nicole works so hard here on BookTube. So
Thank you.
doing all the things. Editing, and that was it. Fair. Doing a live reaction to TBR for Tales from Two Trails. Yes. Reading The Murder Room by P.D. James and loving it. Nicole, definitely 100%.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do.
What's the best and worst audiobook you've listened to recently? We talked about my worst audiobook very recently. I was telling Nicole about this on Sprints the other night, that I had a smut audiobook that was exclusively narrated by a man, where in the smutty scenes, he made the moaning in a female voice in the middle of the smutty scenes. And it was the worst thing I have ever heard in my entire life's existence.
That's
And I went,
just
no,
cringy.
absolutely not. Nope.
No.
Hard pass. It was a hard pass for me. Best audiobook. I can't think of a good one right off the top of my head. I'm sure I've had great audiobooks, but nothing's like immediately coming to mind. Yeah, I'm sure I've had good ones, but I can't think of one right now.
You know what we can do is we can pin this question.
Yes.
And then when we come back from a sprint, we can start off.
Great idea.
Because I want time to think about this, because this is a good question, Chris, and I want to provide a good answer for the worst and for the best.
I know my worst instantly came to mind, because it honestly, nothing could be ever as bad as that. There shall never be a worse audiobook than that one. Promise. I eated it. No, I meant eat it. I eated it.
I thought so. I was like, honestly, it feels like a Jess thing to say eat it and fully mean it.
100% with confidence. I liked Murder Room 2, one of my favorite PD James. I don't know how I found the motivation to grade before sprints were part of my life. I don't know how I got anything done before sprints were part of my life, to be honest. Literally no things. Hello. Got to chapter 8 in Murder Your Employer. This cover has me. I love this cover. This cover is gorgeous. It's on my TBR. Again, as I say with all the books, someday I will read that. Right. Someday we will read the books.
Yeah, Jamie Coder and I are reading Rebecca this month.
This month?
This
I cannot
month.
fit another buddy
No.
read into this month. I
Sorry.
cannot. I can't do it.
I can't do it either.
It's actually a reread for me. So.
Oh, nice.
Cool. This is my mom, by the way, just so everyone is wondering. Sheila is my mother.
Oh, really?
Yes, my father was here earlier. My mom's here now. They're just
hello.
Yeah.
I was
like, what? And I'm like, literally, she's my mom.
I'm used to seeing Leandra's dad, but I'm so excited to now have met Leandra's mother through the screen. Started in Fairleigh Field. Nice, and loved it. Good job. 296. We love to see it. We are doing what is becoming a group read, originally a buddy read of Rebecca. Made a thread for it in my shiny new Discord. Ooh. Good to know. Maybe is it done well? Because this was not done well. I don't know about that.
Yeah, like, do we have 2 POVs? But like, sometimes, an event has to happen during the guy's POV, and sometimes it happens in the woman's POV, or Hmm.
We'll have to wait and see on that one for me. I'm gonna have to do the audiobooks because there's no way I have time to do it any other way. So I will experience this and then I will come back and relay whether it was atrocious or not. But these books are so well loved that I feel like the audiobooks can't be bad. I've never heard that the audiobooks were bad.
How are you doing the audio? Do you know if it's available somewhere? Like,
Audible exclusive.
it's so. Oh, but is it? So, are you buying them? You're buying them on audio? Or okay.
I'm gonna have to use a credit, or at least I can't find it anywhere else. If someone tells me it's somewhere else, that would be lovely information to know. So, like, subscribers prove me wrong. If I'm wrong, I will gladly be wrong. Hello, Candy, on page 550 of 682 of Nocticadia, maybe. Hoping to finish it today. What was it called? I vlogged this book. It was part of Title Chain. Bed to His Will by somebody. It was bad. It was not good. Do not recommend. I have an issue with listening to smutty scenes and on audio. Anyway, that sounds miserable. It was miserable because he didn't even do a good female voice to begin with. And then to have like the moaning was I was like, what am I listening to? Why did we make this choice? And then sometimes there was moaning when there wasn't moaning written in the book. Like it was like ad-libbed moaning. And I was like, oh no, nope. Just read the book as it was written, sir.
The voice narrator's like, I'm gonna earn my paycheck. And it's like, you really didn't need to, actually. Like you did not need to do that.
Like we've gone off topic, but I was like, no. Because I was immersion reading it at times. And then I was like, those ums and stuff are not on page, sir. Thank you. Anyway. Not sure I could do smut as an audio. I'm fine reading it, but I feel like I'd be uncomfortable listening to it. You are not the only one.
The only time it gets real uncomfortable is if you're out shopping and there's a really smutty scene and you're like, I don't know where to look. Just look at the trolley. Just please, face, do not react to what I'm listening to right now. So, yeah.
There was a moment during Smut Den last year where I was listening to a Why Choose Monster smut book, but I needed to go get coffee. So I was like, oh, I'll just listen to it in the car through the radio, not through my earpods, which is fine. I was the only person in the car, but then I got stopped at a red light and I was like, I feel like I should turn this down because I'm like, turn the volume down because the people walking through the crosswalk do not need to hear what is currently filtering through this radio. Like that might scar someone. So
yeah,
I tell my partner to turn his down because he listens to audiobooks exclusively because he's always in his truck. And basically I hear him coming up the street over his truck. I'm like, you are broadcasting this to the world. And he listens to some pretty heavy content in the way of being dismembered and things like that. I'm like, you're going to scar someone as you're driving past them.
Driving past like a playground and all of the kids are just like, what is going by us?
Yeah, it's like, no.
Yeah, no. I'm sure you can, Nicole. Can someone join Rebecca? I'm sure you're doing it on Sprint somewhat too.
Yeah, I think we're going to do it on Sprint. So Jamie's going to join Coda and I.
Love it.
But there's Jamie's Discord has all the information. I'm not sure if Jamie's a mod here, whether she can drop a link or not.
A mod, but that can be fixed during the Sprint. Jamie, I will make you a mod and we'll fix that up. One of my audiobook pet peeves is when a male narrator does a really whiny voice for all the female characters. Yep. 100%. Don't we love the book parents popping in? We will grab that if some of the mods, because Jamie's not a mod, I will fix it. Unless somebody grabs it between now and then. I just don't.
I will grab it now. I've got my Discord open, so.
Perfect.
1 minute, please.
Good night, Patricia. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It is getting late in Ireland. Totally understand. I can't imagine listening to Brittany Smut audiobook. I wear headphones and reading that, making those sounds in my ears would be way too creepy. It was very uncomfortable. And I listened to a lot of Smut and I was very uncomfortable. Ooh, good to know. Oh, that's very good to know. Okay.
Mm.
Is it just that one, Vanessa? So
I
that's
think all of them.
Is it all of them or is it just
I-
Reckless?
I could be wrong. I could be
I'll have to look
completely
into
wrong.
that.
Yeah.
I'll still
boy.
support the author 100%. I just
Mm.
won't promote the audiobooks.
Mhm, mhm.
Which is what I've decided to do is I just won't promote
Yeah,
the audiobooks.
because he's already been paid. He's already been paid for the job and all the rest of it. So anything that you purchase
Yeah.
is still supporting the author.
Mhm.
Just don't
I just am not
don't
going to
promote.
talk about because I
Yeah.
usually will say if the audiobook's good, bad, or indifferent
Mhm.
in my reviews. And I've just decided if that pops up, it hasn't yet for me. I haven't read one yet, but if it does, I'm just going to not promote it because
Mhm.
nobody needs to do that. What book are you looking for, Brittany? I think we're talking about Flawless.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is not an improv setting. No. He was like, I got my big break. I'm gonna make the most of it. And we were like,
I'm gonna
"No."
show the range of my acting. It's like we actually don't want that.
No, absolutely
Mm.
not. Hello, Saluna. How are you? A lot of time in the kitchen, I listen to audiobooks in the kitchen without earbuds, and my partner always comes in during the smutty scenes. It never fails. You know what? They should know who they're a part of, right? 100%. I've recently discovered how listening to Kindle books from my listening to Kindle books from my Kindle, and I love it. Back from Ghostbusters, listen to a chapter of Amari in the Great Game on the drive back. Nice. How was the movie? Did you have a good time? Thank you so much, Nicole. I can always double check too, because I'm sure, I've been paying somewhat attention to that. I would not be surprised if that gets redone though, because Elsie's now traditionally published. So I'm assuming they will probably redo that audiobook. A funny reel was made by my local library about audiobooks. Okay, I'll have to check that out. That's the only one. Okay, cool. Finished writing the review. It's 4 pages long.
Oh my goodness. At an 11-point font, you had a lot to say, sir.
Coda. I love this. Oh my God. You know what? You got to say your piece.
There was a lot like we've
There
had
was
some
a lot.
screenshots. We've had some screenshots, and
Mhm.
the funniest one was where in the acknowledgements thanked the editor.
I
and
saw
the
this
paragraph.
on Sprints with Nicole, the other Nicole. Coda was
Yep.
on Sprints with the other Nicole
Yep.
and said that, and I cackled. I was like, oh no.
I've never had a good belly laugh like that first thing in the morning from that. That was like, wow.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Doing lots of uni work today if I choose to do it. Fair. Ghostbusters was a fun time. One of the few audios with smutty scenes I did not listen to was High Rise, read by Tom Hiddleston. It was high summer, and I did drop the volume so people walking outside didn't have to listen. I actually don't know the name of the arc. I've only heard it referred to as the arc, like as
Well, it's called I'm the Same. I think it is.
there you go.
Mhm.
Seriously, I need more information. Done with the review part. I haven't started typing up my list of errors and thoughts for the publisher's portion. Coda, you were doing all the work though. Like, wow. Look, some of the men who narrate the books absolutely bring me to my knees. I'm not afraid to say it. You know what? Fair. This is a safe space to share those things here, Vanessa, because we've all been there. But we hit the bottom of the comments, and the cat is literally about to go off and tell us that we're supposed to read. So we're just doing all the things. So we'll just talk for these 43 seconds instead of me fixing it, because by the time I fix it, 45 seconds will have passed. Also, Bree is home and done with outdoor chores, going to try and finish Dark Knight Golden Dawn tonight. Nice. I'm going to have to watch this during the sprint because it sounds very fun. That said, would anyone be interested in looking it over before I post it? I don't have time to read this very long document. I'm sorry. I don't, but I'm sure someone will. Nicole and Leandra are being very suspiciously quiet. I'm gonna lie.
I don't want to read it.
That's fair. But we're gonna go into reading, and I will see you in an hour. Hello. I got to 80%. So I don't know if I'll finish in the next sprint. It's going to be tight to finish. Like I will either finish. See, it'll be bedtime in the next sprint. So like that cuts into my reading time. Or I'm going to have all of like 10 minutes left. So I may finish after sprints just like while I'm getting in bed, you know? But I'll finish tonight.
Yeah. You're whipping through that book. Holy moly.
I'm going. I mean, I've been reading it all day.
Literally, yeah. Exactly. You started it today. Oh my god.
I started it on your sprints, and I've just been reading it all day.
Mhm.
But we're almost to the end now because I think I have it on Libby, so it doesn't tell me actually how long I have left, really.
Yeah, it makes you do math.
When we all know I cannot do the math. So I'm I'm at an hour and 50 minutes at normal speed. So an hour, but like again, I have to do bedtime in this hour. So yes, we're gonna do an hour sprint, but like I won't be reading for the entirety of the hour. Anyway, that's just audiobook mathing that we're doing here. How did you all do?
I got to 88% and I only have 21 minutes left in my audiobook.
You
so-
will for sure finish.
Yep.
You
And then I have to start another one.
for women's prize.
Yep.
Woohoo! Just keep them
I'm so
coming.
excited about that.
Yep.
It's been a real doom and gloom women's prize, everyone.
It has. The last 2 years have been absolutely fabulous. This year, however, is not so great. But, I'm hoping I've got a historical fiction coming up, which I'll be reading after the next one. And that's set in country New South Wales. So hopefully that will pick it up a little bit.
Maybe you've just saved the best for last.
Maybe. I've got after these 2 today and tomorrow, I've got another 4 to go. And then it's done.
I mean, you're flying through them, really.
Mm,
I'm impressed with the speed in which you are getting through them because it's a lot of books. But yeah, one more down in this sprint for Nicole. Leandra, how'd you do?
Well, I ended up reading one more chapter in The Dry. And so I think I'm a third of the way through, meaning that I'm at the point maybe a little bit further before I want to give an update in the vlog. And I'll probably message Jess because I know that Jess has finished the book. The one thing that's kind of interesting is I have another book set in Australia that's like a mystery thriller on my TBR right now, and it's Radiant Heat. It just came out. And I'm only a couple chapters into it. It's by an Australian author as well, who's now based in New York City, though. But I find that very interesting that suddenly I'm like surrounded by, the same kind of
stuff. Not Australian for April.
Yeah. So the author is Sarah Jane Collins, if people are interested. It just came out in the US this January, so it's super new. And then I ended up getting another chapter done with Cascade Failure, checked in with Danny because I'm buddy reading it with Danny. And I think that at the moment we're in that midway point where the action kind of slows. Like the descriptions are really good, but we're kind of like, characters, please keep going. Like, please do something or have something done to you. Like, get in danger. I don't know.
Get in danger.
Yeah. Like, please step off that cliff.
Or make some silly choices. Do something.
Exactly. Like, be reckless for a second. So I'm thinking though something just happened at the end of this chapter that I'm on that I like literally sent a message to Danny. I'm like, okay, I think things are going to be picking up after this because something just happened that was a bit crazy. So woohoo! Yay for reckless human beings and just craziness. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Nice. As always, we're going to start with the hellos of the people who came in during the sprint, and then we'll see how everybody did. We had Sarah join us, gone and done with my in real life book club meeting. It's a lot of fun because it's hosted by my local yarn shop. That sounds fabulous and fun. We get a yarn that matches a mood board for the genre we are reading. That sounds so much fun, Sarah. Lexi is back and has power again. So that's good. That's very good. I'm glad you have your power back. Roe Crewman got to go to a streaming webinar of Madeline Miller, and I am very jealous that you got to see this because I would have also ran over there to ask a question on this webinar because that sounds amazing. about, and not shocking that it was about mythology, from Madeline Miller, very much an expert on the topic. Jean is also here. Long day. I'll be reading Familia by Lauren E. Rico at 30% in. We also have Rainy back from circus. My night switched back to Tuesdays, so I'll join late. That's totally fine. We love you joining at any time that you are available. Fireborn is finishing, and then I have to read all my other buddy reads. I got behind today. Can relate. Can relate. We understand. Jen finished Lore of the Wilds, and it was just mid. Nothing amazing, but nothing horrible. Gabby also finished a book. Looks like I made it after all. Was it good? Bad? Let us know. Nicole is here. The other Nicole. I said this today because I was talking to Coda about Coda being on this Nicole Sprints. But when I said it, I was like, Coda was on Sprints with Nicole. And I realized I really needed to say which Nicole because it could have gone either way. I was like, oh, other Nicole. Because Coda is now free during days. So I need to talk to Coda about coming on a Thursday now that Coda's free during the day. Reading all the things tonight and playing catch up. Again, can relate. Reading and listening to Darker by 4 by June C.L. Tan, a YA contemporary fantasy about Chinese mythology and their underworld. I have read a book by this author or have a book by this author on my TBR. I actually think that's more what it is. But
Leandra's rummaging. Have you got something on your shelf?
You have, Leandra, because maybe it's one I can't think of the title of.
So I don't actually. This is more in relation to Ro as a person.
Ooh, okay.
I was on Bree Sprints yesterday, and Ro brought up a title that I was like, oh my gosh, wait, I have this from the library right now. And I don't remember showing it, or if I did. It's called Floating Hotel. It's by Grace Curtis, and it says You're Home Away from Homeworld. And the author's first book was apparently a queer space western about climate change. And obviously that's on my list too. Yes. But this one just looks so good. It says it's it does say it's I think it's a Curtis oozes charm and humor. I think it's a like slice of life, galaxy spanning kind of book. And I wanted Ro to know while he was here, I do have this book and I plan on reading it. So
here we go. We love that. Finished some kitchen chores and listening to another chapter of Amari. Should get back to my ebook and finish it up, but screens are hard. You know, you do need to be like in the right headspace because if not, my eyes will start to hurt from looking at screens for too long. So I totally understand.
I usually change my screen to dark. So it's black, and that helps if you've got to get through.
Power is restored, so I'm editing my Thursday video. We love to see it. Managed to finish ElfQuest Volume 1. We had a lot of books finished in that sprint. Like, I feel like every second comment is somebody finishing a book. We love it. No uni work done, but you did finish a book. It's fine. Got some updating done in my reading planner. Have over an hour left in my book. I think I also have just over an hour left. We can be friends on I did learn how to do Libby math. See, if I just listened at 2 times speed, life would be easier. But I listen just under 2 times speed, so it's actually not easy.
Yeah, you'd be working with like fractions. Like it's like 1.85 and you're like, I don't know how to,
I need to get myself up to 2, but I can't. It's just I can if I'm looking at the audiobook or looking at the book. I can go higher. Yeah. But just listening while I'm like running around my house, I miss too many things. And then I'm like,
imagine you staring at like the audiobook, just like staring at it as the time goes down, being like, I can do it if I'm staring at my gosh. Anyways, I'll just leave it.
I totally understand. Having anxiety about finishing books for Aurelium when it is not that deep. You know what? That's a good reminder though, because sometimes we do get enamored in these readathons and we have to remember that they are just for fun. They are supposed to be just for fun.
Just for fun, yeah.
So
and the only person you're answering to is yourself. So
yeah. We were talking about that the other day on Sprints. I was like, we made the rules of how the TBRs work. Like we made the TBRs and we made the rules surrounding the TBRs. So at any point, we can change it.
That's right. And rules are meant to be broken, just saying. Or that
Right.
may be the rebel in me, but anyway.
No, they are. They really are.
Bent,
Absolutely.
broken, worked around, all the things.
Exactly. 0 pages read, but cleaned up from dinner and put the kiddos to bed. So that was a productivity sprint. 52 pages of 384. And that was of At First Spite. I remember because I'm excited to see what Kelly's thoughts are for this book. 90% now in my book. One more sprint will finish this book. We are going to have more books finished in the next one. I love it. After a whole day of reading, we are finishing books. Slow start, but otherwise not a bad book. 4 stars so far. Oh, I love this book. I absolutely adore this book. One chapter of A Curse So Dark and Lonely. Such a beautiful Beauty and the Beast retelling. Finished The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep. 4 stars. Good night, Jen. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Did some swapping of what I was listening to, so I made progress in a few books, but I can't talk about any of them. Fair. This is the problem about doing collab videos, is we're just like, we can't speak about anything we're doing, but we're doing things. Gonna start the arc, The King's Witches by Kate Foster.
Did you get this, Kay? Oh my goodness. I applied for this arc. I hope I get it because Kate Foster is the one that wrote The Maiden from the Women's
from
Prize.
The Women's Prize that you like.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Connections. I'm seeing the connections.
And I'm like, I need to have it.
Is it a sequel or is it just like another standalone by the
No, they're standalones, yeah.
Read a bit before I end up changing locations. Time for relaxing. Also need to put my book in my trackers. Watched Cassie's video for our fantasy bingo. So I went to the Reddit board for it and can't wait to participate this year. Cassidy was fast on getting that video up. That was announced yesterday. I picked and filmed it today, but you will not see it till next week. But Cassidy is a much better booktuber than me. We all know that. So that's totally fine.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, no, it's true. But rightfully so, because Cassidy is amazing. Got to page 154 of 213. 63% of Flames of Wrath by J.L. Campbell, a mystery thriller. Nice. Aussie April should be something. Maybe we've accidentally made it a thing. We didn't even know we were doing that, but it might be what we've done.
Here and now, it is. It is Aussie April.
We have dubbed it. We have said it here first. Finish The Cat Who Saved Books and highly recommend it to anyone who makes content around reading books. I am starring this. I will do this. Jess tells me to read something. I follow instructions. I'd love to see your fantasy bingo video. Same. Leandra is telling the characters in the book to please do something action related.
Please.
Post characters with stick, do something.
Yeah, they're like looking over a cliff. I just poke them a little bit harder, like that penguin, you know, when they're like, just check to see if there's some danger in that water. Why not?
I love this. Leandra wishing mortal peril on the characters.
Yes, it's true though.
Yes, definitely post it because I feel like it's interesting with those kind of things when everybody does like the same TBR bingos to see how everyone fills the prompts differently because it's so interesting how someone can take the same prompt and go in a completely different direction than you were thinking. Good night, Gabby. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Yeah, I may have helped with you having the FOMO because I was talking about it in the Discord and I was like, do it with us, Julie, do it. What's another year-long challenge? What's one more? You know, can we have too much? No. Felt the same about Lore of the Wilds. It was a book and I read it. Although I'm pretty sure it's the first book for the Romantasy Fairy Loot subscription, so I'll own it twice. That's kind of sad for a book that exists and you read it to own it twice. Yes, you should sprint together sometime. I think that's
Confuse people, yeah, for sure. Although I can always come as Anastasia, which is my name that I received from Shannon, because all the
I was
After
gonna
Dark
say, where
crew.
did that came from? I was like,
Brittany's like, what?
But it gets better. It's Anastasia Macklethorne.
Yeah, Shannon gave some really, like, honestly, kind of lovely names. Like,
I'm
they're kind
asleep
of fun.
during Sprints After Dark, so I miss all of this shenanigans. I'm long asleep.
You should go back and watch it at 2 times speed. It's hilarious. It's
I'm
hilarious.
sure that it is because I know who's on Sprints After Dark.
And then Coda and I are doing things like talking with our eyes, and we just start cracking up for no reason because we're miming to one another.
You know, it's fine. My sister's name is Nicole, and we never explained that. We just let them think our parents were uncreative. What? Huh? Nicole, well, now you have to explain it if it's too much to explain in this chat. Next time you have Sprints, I need this explanation because what
Very
now?
much so.
62% in A Fate Inked in Blood. Finding My Way Out of Darkness from indie author Brianna Michelle. Floating Hotel is shiny. What is I was like, what? First, it's getting late, y'all. I was like, the floating hotel. When was the hotel floating? I was very confused for a minute.
I was too, so don't worry. It's not just you.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one who was like,
you're like, can someone check on Ro? Is Ro okay? Like, what's happening? It's like,
if your hotel's floating, there's an issue.
Yeah.
And we were
Get
talking
out.
about flooding today on Leandra's Sprint, so I'm like, right. Is that the actual book that's shiny, or is it because it's a library book that it's shiny? Because my
it's because it's a library.
shiny because they have like a plastic, covering on them.
Like it is gold, which kind of shines, but it's the plastic covering to protect the book. Yeah, because it just came out in March too. So this is like I'm the first person to have held this book at my library. Yeah, kind of a big
my library books are the same. So like trying to film them with lighting, I'm like turn them a certain way so they're not glaring.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You gotta be like, I know if I click the picture of the book, my Libby will predict how long it will take. What?
Please hold.
Literally, I'm like, hold on. It just tells me how long I've been reading.
Oh, but if you hit more,
it definitely does. It definitely does.
You're on track to finish in 3 hours and 38 minutes.
Jeez.
Yeah, it does the math.
Oh, that's the math. I'm an hour and 17. That would make sense.
And here you all are trying to wreck your brains by doing math, and it does it for you.
Silly us. We don't need to do
like,
the
I
math.
don't need to math.
I don't use Libby, so I don't have that issue.
Jean, MVP of the sprints goes to Jean.
Jean just educated everybody.
That's life-changing information, Jean, honestly.
It also gives you like this weird stat though, like because it says because you first opened this book however many days or whatever ago, you might take another, like I apparently picked up The Dry. I opened it 4 weeks ago, didn't read it. And so it might take you another 9 weeks and 3 days to read this when it tells me I've got 3 hours and 38 minutes. Because
that's it. Yeah, because of the current, like because of when you opened it and your current reading speed on how many times you pick it up. So if you go at that, then that's what it's going to take you.
This is true because I apparently picked this up 7 weeks ago. Which I probably just downloaded it and then it auto returned. Like I probably never actually did more than like download it. So it might take me a week and 4 days
to get like an hour done. I find that so funny when it's like, okay, Libby isn't perfect.
No,
that's not
but at least it does some of the math for you.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Read 3 books from my bookshelf this month, so essentially completed my own readathon 3 times already. Go, Jess. Had to drop my current book down to 1.75 and it's messing with my head. I feel like I ought to be done with this book already. It'll be the second book that they do by Illumicrate. Nice. Nothing read or written, but I did repot a couple of plants and vacuum. We love productivity getting done. I can't immersion read because I realized I don't read physically with pauses, but audiobooks pause for intonation and emphasis. It feels jerky when I try. Interesting. You know what? That's why everybody does what works for them, because everyone's brains take in information differently.
But those pauses disappear if you move it up
This is also
in
true.
speed. Yeah.
This is true. The faster it goes, the less
less of that.
there are. Mhm.
Yeah.
You really do have to figure out what speed your eyes read at, because if you're doing it not at the correct speed, it really is very hard to immersion read. You really have to figure that out. And every audiobook's different because every narrator's different. So it's a science. Finishing up supper. Need to remember how to write a semi-decent spicy scene. It's been a hot minute and it's going to be a cold hour after. So I can't see the next comments further down than I can easily scroll to. So we'll find it later. Always remind myself that all the reading games are secondary to the primary goal of reading and enjoying books. Exactly. Finally reading. We'll be finishing Psychic Dreams in the next sprint. Yes, I got it. Very excited to start. I'm very excited for you because it's always exciting when you get those like really anticipated books that you're really wanting.
I, however, do not have it yet. NetGalley, pick up your game. Start dropping the books.
Like, hello.
I'm waiting.
Answer me now. I did film it already. I filmed it today. But I film my sit downs a little a ways so that I have time to edit it as I want to, because I hate editing. Plus, now with Patreon, I have to have videos done 3 days ahead of when they're gonna go live. So it's a whole, the science of that makes my head. That's why I have a calendar, because my head would be like, what? Snuck in a few pages, but was mostly a bedtime sprint. Pretty sure there's usually an Aussie April readathon. Oh, there might be. I might have to look into that.
I thought that there was too, but I don't think there is one this year.
Oh, they might not be doing it this year. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything for it this year. So.
I don't remember hearing about it in Paige's video either, but Paige talks about so many readathons that it is possible that it like didn't stick in my consciousness. Exactly. Yeah. Especially since this month I knew which ones I was already doing and I had no more room for any others. So I watched it, but was like, none of these can tempt me. I don't have the time.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm the same, because from the 5th of March until the week out from the shortlist announcement, my TBR set for March and April. So yeah.
Exactly. So there was just no time to add anything else for this month. It wasn't going to happen. One kid asleep, one kid who napped too long, just rolling around on top of me. Hello, Kelsey. Finally able to sit down and read. Gonna try and read a bit of Crown of Midnight. I do have a book from the Napoleon Bonaparte series by Arthur W. Upfield, a classic Aussie murder mystery. So if we were doing Aussie April, I can read that one.
Yeah, nice.
Good night, Kelly. Have a good night. Exactly. That is what Pango is for. And apparently Pango might be coming to Canada. So I'm very excited. Nice. I actually don't know that this is official, but all of a sudden they have Canadian dollars on the website, apparently. I found this out during Leandra Sprints and I was like, what? Love to hear that. Yeah. Yes. You know what? You can just linger it as like, maybe someday I'll explain it to you.
Yes.
Hello, Katie. How are you, everyone? Because Katie has been hyping me up for a month, so I need to hype up Katie for just a quick second. Katie had a wonderful announcement go live yesterday. I think that was the day that it happened. And yes. Katie now has a Patreon, and there's fun slumber parties going to be happening. There's sprints. There's going to be a readathon. There's lots of great things. Katie will even make graphics for you if you join at the top tier for your Instagram. And if you've seen Katie's Instagram, you know Katie knows how to do Instagram. So, definitely something to check out. If a mod or Katie, because Katie is also a mod, would like to drop the link, that'd be lovely. Filming with shiny books is an Olympic sport.
Olympic sport, yeah.
It's true. It's hard to
Mhm.
film with shiny books. And then, as is correct, everyone is very excited to see Katie. And then Katie is very excited to see all the people too. It's a lot of hellos to everybody. Rightfully so. It'd be cool to see you do a Hugo 2024 nominations vlog or video. It's 5 books.
Ooh, Ro has a request of a video for
There
me.
you go.
I am honored. I could definitely look into that. That'd be really fun. Cool. And honestly, it's not as daunting as what this lady's doing up there with all the books. So I can do 5. I could do that.
I
I'm
can get to 5. I can do
Yeah.
5 books.
Yeah,
Shannon's
exactly.
trying to get me to read all the lists, and I'm like, Shannon, I don't have enough hours in the day to do it. So
I know.
There's
Shannon's a
not
little
enough
instigator.
time. Very much in the camp of readathon books. 90% of the time have to fit my physical TBR. Way less stress that way, and it's not school. I don't need to strive for 100%. Exactly. You know what? We love being your hype people. I much prefer to hype my friends because I suck at hyping myself. So it's real easy to hype my friends. I'm like, go, friends. Let's get Nicole to 1,000. Let's support Katie. Like, it's just so much easier to support your friends. And then they do it for you, and it all works out in the long run, right?
Yep,
Like,
it works
it's a
out.
big supportive circle here.
Mhm.
Oh, you're at the Abby Jimenez event. Have a lovely time. I think that's the Abby you're talking about. If it's a different
Mhm.
Abby, I am confused.
Because Katie was concerned she wasn't going to get there because of snow.
Mhm. Yes.
Yep.
So I'm glad that you made it. I hope you have a lovely time.
Yeah, so cool. I hope you're like vlogging or doing some kind of maybe like pictures for Instagram so we can see everything.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Lots of pictures, lots of vlogging, all the things. Hello, fabled reader. Tonight I'm reading an arc of Fog and Fireflies. Pretty good so far. Kind of cozy and kind of creepy. I mean, that's kind of fun. Cozy and creepy.
Yeah, I kind of like that combination. That sounds fun.
I feel like Julie's been doing all the things for us all night. Julie has been keeping us in links all night long. Julie, MVP.
Talk about hype.
literally.
Julie.
Julie
Yeah.
and Jean are the MVPs of the sprints tonight. everyone.
Oh yeah, Jean opening our minds.
Jean
Oh my
opening our mind. Can't forget the life-changing information that we just got about audiobooks. So jealous. The new Abby is on its way to my homes from pre-order. Yes, it is that Abby. I just love her, and Julie Soto is incredible, and I'm nervous to meet her. Attempting to vlog. I love it. Every readathon, I always say I'm going to be chill and not go overboard. Q March, Ramathon, 28 books. And I didn't keep up with my genre blanket like a smart person either. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to read 28 books and then also keep up on all the things. Like, it's hard.
I feel that for Sarah because I did exactly the same thing with January and February, and I was taking it slow this year.
You know, it's fine. I also said that I was going to read less books. What are you at, Nicole? That's my question. How many books have you read this year?
When I finish this one, it'll be 87.
Oh my gosh. I think Bree had said she was in the 60s this year
Yeah.
too already.
In saying that, 13 or 14 of those books have been arcs and they're craft books, so there's not a lot of reading in them. So, like the equivalent of a graphic novel, I guess you would say. Yeah. Yeah, so I've done a lot of reviewing this year, which is good. So
that is good.
Yeah. I feel like this year we just, especially with the buddy reads and the read-alongs and everything, it's we're bound to be reading more because I also thought I would be reading less. I remember I was nervous to be like, ooh, should I like say I'm gonna read 100 books this year? Like I'm kind of scared, and now I'm at 45, and I'm like, well, apparently I shouldn't have been nervous. So
I know I'm gonna hit 100 this month, and I'm like, I was gonna not read as much this year, and I don't know what happened.
I don't understand us. We're crazy.
I made a whole video about all the lies.
All the lies.
I should go and read that. All the lies goal video.
This is all the lies I told you at the start of the year when I made my goals video that I have not done.
Yeah.
Talk about clickbait. I'm a liar. People are like,
Yeah.
what?
Like, excuse me?
I lied to BookTube.
The lies I tell.
Yeah.
Lies I tell BookTube.
Yeah.
I love that Julie Soto is also the host for this event. Like, that's an epic event, Katie, that you are at. Like, super epic. But that was our timer. So I'm going to just star where we are in the comments, and we're going to go into our last sprint, and it's going to be a little bit longer because I have to do bedtime. So I think we're going to do a 75 if that's okay for everybody. And then we'll have a very short chat and we'll head off to Nicole's. We'll have like a 10-minute little chat, and then we'll send you off to get some more reading, and potentially in a 75-minute sprint with bedtime. I may finish this. I doubt it, but you know, I'll be
You
close.
might.
I'll be close.
Also, Bree's comment that just came in, I'm
Ooh.
still baffled. She mentioned this last night. I'm 11 away from my 1000th book since starting BookTube.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
I love that. I love that she can keep track of that and see that number.
I
It's so
literally
cool.
would have no idea. So I'm impressed that you have the stats for that, Bree. Like, that's
Mhm.
impressive. But also 1,000 books since starting BookTube. Wow. I feel like that's like the thing with checking these things is like, what book do you pick?
That's what I was saying. I was like, what book are you going to read for
Not
your
to put pressure
1000th
on you,
book?
Bree, but like, what book do you?
It has to be something that you've wanted to read for a
Right.
substantial amount of time, I think, that you keep putting off because
100%.
content got in the way or whatever. Like, actually take it as something that you aren't going to do content around, just
Mhm.
actually enjoy and absorb the 1000th book. I think that is something, because we all do it. We all do the, I'm only reading for content and all that sort of stuff. But I
Mhm.
think we forget that there are books out there that we've wanted to read that we haven't done because it's not going to be great content.
True.
Yeah.
Also, that makes sense that that's how you came up with the number.
Yeah, Bree's like, one thing we can learn is that we don't have to do the math.
Bree
A lot
is
of times they will do the math for us. Like, come on.
Okay, this will be the last sprint. We're gonna do a bit of a longer one, and let me put up our teleportation message. These will take you directly to Nicole, but we'll have a little chat first, about 5 or 10 minutes. So I will see you in an hour and 15. 11 hours of sprints later, and I finished my book. I finished it with 3 whole minutes to spare, but it is done. I can tell you no things, but I did finish it.
You can tell me things
Yeah,
later.
I'm going to talk to you when we're done.
Mhm.
You read the book and we can chat because I want to chat with somebody. But I can't do it while we're live. So that will be when we send you all off to Nicole. Me and Leandra will have our customary chat at the end of the live stream. That's what people don't know about is the live streams end, but it doesn't always end.
Yeah, we don't. You guys
Yeah.
go away. We stay here in our little boxes.
However, I won't be staying in my little box. I will be moving.
No, Nicole has
That's
to go.
right.
And
Yeah,
and I
Nicole will
can't
be
talk
moving
because I
to a
haven't read
different
that.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, we couldn't talk because you are reading this at some point.
Yes, I'm starting it on the weekend. So yeah.
We couldn't say anything until Nicole left anyway. So.
Yeah. I might just hang around just to spite, you know.
Yeah, keep one ear. You're like, I'm listening.
Nicole, did you finish?
Yes, I did.
Yay!
And I started a buddy read, and I'm 35 pages into that.
Nice.
Mhm.
Very nice.
Mm.
Leandra, how'd you do?
Well, people are possibly gonna die. I don't know.
The peril has come, everyone.
Yay! At the moment, we've got 2 people in danger. I don't know. Are they both going to die? We'll see what happens. I will say that there was a twist in the narrative that both Danny and I, we are grumpy campers at the same time. We are like, we don't like that something happened. And so, as happy as I am that people are in danger, I'm also not happy about the knowledge I received. So we're gonna see what happens. We also don't have much left in this book. Like I think we've got another 2 days of buddy reading to go. So the descriptions are great. The world building is really fascinating. The character dynamics, I feel like, are the things I'm having an issue with. Like I was telling Bree yesterday that I was like, I don't know if they're meant to be family or if they're meant to be like a polyamorous orgy going on. Like I'm like, I don't know which.
Those are 2 really different spectrums.
Genuinely, like there's this one kind of duo where the one keeps calling him old man and then he keeps calling him kid, and then in the last chapter Danny's like, there was a moment I thought they were gonna kiss, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. Like I still don't know what kind of relationship dynamic we're meant to see in this book, on top of the fact that there's I don't know, this is a very confusing book, I'll tell you that much right now. Like that's take it or leave it, I guess.
Sounds it. That sounds like it a lot. Bree also finished. So we did finish quite a few books in that sprint, and there's probably more. I will get through as many comments as I can, but we do need to finish within the next 8 minutes. So we'll see how far we get. If I don't get to your comment, just copy paste it and tell it to Nicole in the next one. And Nicole can just continue where we left off. It's perfect. Spent most of that sprint taking a shower and doing the curly hair method to my hair, still working on getting the curl back in my hair, but also have finished cleaning my office so that you can film tomorrow. Managed a chapter of the ebook and a chapter of Amari. Thank you. I appreciate the emotional support of that I got it done. I read Hate by Tate James. That's what I read. I started it on Leandra Sprints, and I have now finished it. So that's how much reading I did today. Thank you. All that time, and I only managed 10 pages. You know what? You did other things. You accomplished other goals. It happens. I'm glad your son fell asleep. You no longer have a child climbing on you. That's progress. There's at least an hour backstage. True. This is true. Not always an hour, but there's some time where it has been. 12 hours of sprints later, and I'm still working on the arc theme. Oh, Coda. Ate some lunch and started watching Yes Man. I still review edited books. Yeah. Thank you for hanging out with us. I can't believe Leandra and I have done 11 hours, and I don't know how untold amount of hours Nicole's going to do before the end of these sprints. But you know what? The thing is, I think we're used to it. Like, we did Ice Planet the other day, and normally Ice Planet used to take it out of us. And then we got to the end, and I was like, oh, that was not so bad.
Yeah, like, do I want to go for longer? No, but I was like, I don't feel bad about how long we went. Yeah.
Leandra, you don't want to do 24 hours of Ice Planet?
Oh no, don't bring it up again.
I don't like, we don't always just sit in front of the computer either. Like, we get up and do other things. So we still go about our day, and it's really just a pit stop every hour that we make. So
exactly. Like, during that 75 minutes, I like set up everything for tomorrow. You know, like, you do a lot of just your normal, what you would normally be doing. You just come in and check in.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
That's it.
Excellent news on all the completed books. I started
Asimov's iRobot.
Thank
Asimov,
you.
I think.
It is
I don't know.
late in the day for me to try that one. My brain went hard pass. I've only heard one person review that book, Leandra's, and they weren't impressed the more the book progressed.
Yeah, like, it started out so good. Like, the first few chapters, Danny and I were like, this is excellent. And now we're just like, what is the author doing? Like, I don't. So I will tell you that it's not looking great. I'm glad that I have a friend to talk to about it.
Has to go to daycare. He took a long nap today. Problem is, he sleeps too long for a nap at daycare. He gets enough sleep overall, but I want to shift it more to nighttime. Totally understand that. Also finished What Lies in the Woods. 3.75 stars, and we'll round up to 4 on Goodreads. Cleaned up a few things, but also read not sure how many pages. Currently at 740 of 835. Only 95 pages left. I love it. Under that 100-page point. 300 pages into Crown of Midnight at 68%. Got to page 160, 66%. Thank you, Glenda, for hanging out with us today. I just laugh when I wake up and Nicole's still sprinting. I'm always like, oh, hey.
And everybody's surprised. That's what makes me laugh, because everybody goes, oh, you're still sprinting. I'm like, did you expect anything less?
This is just what we do. Thank you. Oh, another finished book, 4.25 stars. I love seeing all these finished books, and this is exciting. We put a dent. We put a dent in there, everyone, tonight. We did. We could get those 31.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. That's wild. That's like 15.
Yeah, something like that.
Like
yeah.
that. Oh my goodness.
Good job, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I'm so shocked.
I love it. We're so close. We're going to get there in a matter of no time, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. But we are going to end this year because in 2 minutes, Nicole starts and Nicole needs to be there. So
I have already set up. So it's just a point of pop in, start, and go.
Right. It's like exit, go. But we are going to end here. This should take you directly to Nicole's channel. So just, you may have to click go if it prompts you, but if not, it'll take you right there. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for the middle of our Tuesday night teleportation train, whatever we're calling it. And we will see you. I will see you next Thursday. Oh, not next Thursday. I will see you this Thursday for more sprints. Leandra, do you have any sprints coming up that I can't think of off the top of my head?
I don't know. Definitely next Tuesday. I'm debating weekend sprints, but I don't know if I can, if I can't, I can't promise it. So we'll see. I fly on the seat of my pants. Is that
Sounds
how that?
good.
I think that's the phrase.
Yeah, that works. We've been here for a long time, y'all. And Nicole will see you in 2 minutes. So we'll see you then. Good night.